Good morning, everybody. I think we have a few people still coming in here, but I want to keep us on time today as much as we can, and so we're going to get started. So first of all, welcome to everyone that has come today, and let me also say a thank you to the Queen City for being so welcome to a delegation from Ravens country coming in last night in the airport in our purple and black. People had a lot of sympathy for us, so I want to say thanks to that. I didn't expect that, so we're crossing divides already. My name is Elizabeth Smythe, and I'm the Executive Director of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University. And I'm so excited to have you all here today for our conference, Faith, Race, and Democracy, a conference we're convening together with Crossroads Church. Before I tell you a little bit more about the day ahead, I want to start by acknowledging all the hard work and support that went into making this conference a reality. Its conference was conceived of by our director, Hari Hahn, in coordination with Crossroads leadership, Chuck Mingo and Brian Tome, along with Troy Jackson, who is the State Strategies Director for Faith in Action. On the ground, Kate Powell from Crossroads and her entire volunteer team, along with Kevin Simowitz from Realizing Democracy, who is responsible for all the artwork that I hope you'll have a chance to see outside, and Kaya Colhurst from the museum, and a great team from Hopkins, including Eileen Fader, Catherine Pierre, Sean Lindeman, and Catherine Miller. We're so appreciative, and I always want to acknowledge the hard work that goes behind putting on a day like today, so thank you to all of them. A little context. It's the beginning of 2020. And we're all anticipating a tumultuous election year ahead, with people here in Cincinnati and all around the country wondering how we might mitigate the polarizing paralysis that seems to be headlining the news every day. What can we do to activate and energize positive civic engagement? How can we foster more inclusive dialogue in tackling the issues our communities face? These are some of the questions that are at the heart of the work of our institute, the SNF Agora Institute, whose mission is to find and promote ways to strengthen our democracy through engagement and dialogue. And that's going to be the focus of our conference today. And fortunately, there's stories out there, like the ones we'll hear about today, of institutions like Crossroads and citizens like those here in Cincinnati who are discovering ways to engage in their communities, where they talk and listen to one another, and where they harness their collective power to create change for the better. So today you're going to hear from community leaders, elected officials, scholars, faith leaders, and citizens as we explore how the intersection of faith, race, and politics can influence both personal, civic engagement, and public policy. Before we dive into the program, I would like to first bring to the stage two of Cincinnati's elected leaders, along with one of our co-conspirators in organizing today's conference, to say a few words of welcome. So please join me in welcoming first P.G. Sittenfeld, Cincinnati City Council Chairman, and then Stephanie Summerall-Dumas, Hamilton County Commissioner, followed by Troy Jackson, State Strategies Director for Faith in Action.
I am wisely going to steer clear of the topic of football, but since it was raised, if our friends in Baltimore ever decide that you all want to share Lamar Jackson, you will find us a very welcoming community indeed. So, good morning and welcome. My name is P.G. Sittenfeld. I'm a member of Cincinnati City Council since 2011, currently now serving in my final term due to term limits on the council, but hopeful that more elected public service awaits. When I was asked to offer some opening remarks, it was easy to say yes. First, because this convening is exploring the intersection of such important and urgent issues. And second, because of my devotion to Crossroads and the good that they do in our city and far beyond our city, and the pretty profound role that Crossroads has played in my own life. Without getting into the whole backstory, I actually credit Crossroads with helping me meet my wife and at other big personal life junctures, the Crossroads community has been there for me, including my friend Chuck Mingo praying with me the day before my last election, and my brother Brian Tome doing me the honor of holding the Bible on which I took my oath of office the most recent time I was sworn in. Let me say on behalf of my colleagues, the mayor, the entire city of Cincinnati, thank you for doing this. Thank you to all of the partners, especially those who are here from out of town. And thank you most of all for approaching challenging, sometimes uncomfortable topics head on. Because we all know that if we just stick our head in the sand, we're never going to make the progress that we want and that we need to make. I believe strongly that the more we embrace rather than push away faith, then the greater our chance of actually achieving racial reconciliation and racial justice. Because anyone who believes, as I believe, and I suspect most of the people in this room believe, that we are all children of God, then if you hold that in your heart, it is very difficult to then divide ourselves along racial lines or along so many other fault lines that are weaponized in today's incredibly divisive politics. On the other hand, if God's example of love and compassion and forgiveness shows us the ingredients for building what Dr. King called a beloved community. Consider the beautiful mosaic of the city that I represent, the city that spawned Undivided, that most of the people in this room call home. It's basically 50%, the city of Cincinnati, basically 50% people of color, with the vast majority of that 50% comprised of our black brothers and sisters. Our city, Cincinnati, is not succeeding if black Cincinnati is not succeeding. I want to say that one more time. This city is not succeeding if black Cincinnati is not succeeding. We cannot, no matter the skyscrapers we build, the shiny headlines we achieve, we can't claim that we're making progress if we're leaving half of the city behind. That is why I am incredibly grateful to Undivided, as well as for the transformational initiatives that you all are going to be talking about today, that Crossroads and its partners and all of you have poured yourself into. It's also why at City Hall I've supported things like living wage ordinances and sponsored bail reform legislation and championed more affordable housing, because this to me is what it looks like when our faith shapes our values, when those values guide policy, and when policies change outcomes. Well, I believe deeply in the power of prayer. We also need action. So again, on behalf of the city of Cincinnati, thank you for being that action. Thank you for stepping into this conversation today, and thank you for stepping up to this challenge. May God bless the city of Cincinnati and all of its people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, PG. First, giving honor to God, who is the head of my life. I'm going to cut this a little shorter, but I think, as PG was saying, faith without works is dead. So I want to take you on a little journey. I was the vice mayor for 6 years and the mayor for 6 years in the city of Forest Park. Learned a lot. And so in 2005, I decided I wanted to run for county commissioner, because I researched it, I thought about it, the responsibilities that the commission has, the amount of money that goes through that area, and I said, I want to do this. And I thought it was my time. I had already been the mayor, it was my time. So I retired, had pretty much money from the state of Ohio. I said, well, I have the money necessary. For those of you who don't know, when you're endorsed, they look at how much money you have, and also name recognition. So I ran for county commissioner in 2005. I lost, but I won because more people were exposed to my vision and my goals. So I kept a 12-year dream alive. I moved on and became the village manager for 4 years, from a city of Forest Park with plenty to the village of Lincoln Heights that needed a little bit more. So I heard that in 2018 there was a need for a county commissioner. Well, I knew in my heart that that's what I wanted to do. I knew that was my assignment. I know that's what God had told me. So once again, I was not endorsed because I did not have any money. I actually was on a retirement check and a social security check. And people said, "You are crazy." And I said, "I know what my God told me." And I thought it was my time before, but I realized in 2018, it's now my turn. So I ended up, and we had 7 people on our campaign, and we had $460 for our primary. And we spent $450 on signs. So what we did is I decided that I would put my face on the picture, that hopefully people could see my spirit and they could know my heart. And so we put signs everywhere for the ones we had. And then someone came to me and said, "You had signs everywhere," where at night we would get up and take the signs from one neighborhood to another neighborhood. And it worked. So we won the primary, and this was all by faith. Faith works. And so, so we won by 7,000 votes for the primary. Not only that, I won every neighborhood in the county. So as we move on, and they said it was a miracle that she did. Nobody could understand it. The media started using biblical words. It's a miracle. So we moved on for the general election, and we lost 2 people in our campaign because they never thought that I could win against a millionaire and an 8-year incumbent. So we ended up with $12,000, so we didn't have to move signs as much. And so as we went through this, I ended up winning by 12,000 votes. Now, the newspaper said if she wins, it will be a miracle of biblical proportions. So you are looking at a miracle. So as I address the issue of race, I never in my life ever really thought about being this young black girl who couldn't do this or couldn't do that. I was not raised that way. And as I became more spiritual, I knew that that was not true. So becoming the Hamilton County Commissioner, I am the first African American commissioner in 223 years. And I am also the first African-American woman in the state of Ohio to ever be a commissioner. So I'm very proud of that. Now, this past Saturday, we appointed another young lady. You might have heard about it. She was the chief of staff for Todd Pertune. She is an African-American woman. So for the first time in 2020, we will have 3 women on the commission, and we will have 2 African Americans, the majority of the commission. Now, let me make it very clear that I know it's not just African Americans that put me in there. There were white Americans, there were Hispanic Americans, there were Democrats, Republicans, Independent, Green Party. So I am a commissioner for all people. I just recently got an email. I was telling PG only an hour after they selected Victoria Parks, I got a very not nice email that this is not what we should be doing as a county, that African Americans their population is less than white Americans, and there's no way that African Americans should be the majority on the commission. So we don't look at that. They also, though, they did equal. They said we shouldn't have 3 women. We don't need 3 women. We need at least 1 man. So we're moving forward, and we're going to do what you all, and the ones who didn't vote for me, you might want to consider it in about 3 years. But I'm not here to get votes. I just know it's my assignment. God is leading me and directing me and guiding me. No weapons formed against me shall prosper. And when God is for you, who can be against you? And then I'm not afraid, because I told all of you that I would stand up for the ones who are voiceless, and that's what I'm doing. So thank you very much for inviting me.
In the Christian scriptures, the Apostle Paul writes, "Do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your minds. The pattern of this world when it comes to race is all too clear. Racism and white supremacy are baked into the DNA of the United States of America. They have been before its inception and continue to be today. And we are in a building called the Underground Railroad Museum that chronicles much of that history. It's also called the Freedom Center because the quest for freedom and equality and equity, particularly when it comes to race in this country, continues on. Unfortunately, our democracy has been conformed to the pattern of this world. Racism and white supremacy are baked into our democracy, and we continue to struggle against them in 2020. And they will play a big role in the drama of the election that is to come. And the church in the United States of America, and particularly the white church in this country, has racism and white supremacy baked into its DNA. I believe part of the reasons that racial disparities continue, that mass incarceration has gone and grown unabated, that there are disparities in terms of wages and wealth and health outcomes and life expectancy, and even access to the polls based on race in this country, part of the reason is because the church has either been silent or complicit with racism. Dr. King used this verse from the Apostle Paul in a message he called Transformed Nonconformists. And in that message, he gave a metaphor and said that we as people of faith and we have as a nation have a choice. We can be thermometers that reflect the status quo and conform to the pattern of this world, or we can be thermostats that influence and affect who we are becoming. Dr. King's organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, had a slogan, a mantra, which was to redeem the soul of America. And that redemption of America would only happen from its original sins of racism and white supremacy if and when people, and especially people of faith, stop conforming to the pattern of this world. We are here today because 4 years ago, Crossroads Church made the decision to launch Undivided. Not that eradicating racism and white supremacy would happen just from one new program, but saying we are no longer going to silently avoid and be complicit with racism in this country and in this church. And so we are here today to learn from a really hopeful story, a story of Undivided at Crossroads, a story that says, and part of the vision of Crossroads is to flip the city of Cincinnati. My hope is that today, as we learn from Crossroads and we learn from the Issue 44 preschool promise work, as we hear from faith leaders throughout the country from multiple faith traditions, we will all be inspired to no longer conform to the pattern of this world, but to be transformed nonconformists to redeem the soul of this nation in this world. Thank you.
Thanks, PG and Stephanie and Troy. Appreciate that welcome, and it gives you some good context for the day. So I'm going to do a little housekeeping now before I introduce the first panel. We are all here in the spirit of productive discourse. So to that end, each panel today is going to go through some back and forths amongst themselves. There'll be a moderator and panelists. And then we're going to open it up for audience questions, both our virtual audience online who's joining us via live stream, as well as you all here in the room. And there is a URL right here on the screen, the bit.ly /faith, race, politics, ask. If you go to that, you can send in your questions, and the moderators are going to have an iPad on stage where they can see the questions and where they will be taking the questions. I would also encourage you to, for those of you who tweet, for those of you who are social media savvy, to use our hashtags here, hashtag SNF Agora and hashtag Crossroads Undivided. We will know if we see you on your phone that that's what you're doing. You're not checking your email or checking the latest box scores or looking at CNN headlines. We'll know that you are actually engaged in social media and spreading the word about this event. So after our first two panels, we're going to break for lunch in the Great Hall. If you ordered a lunch, you should have received a ticket at registration. And during lunch, we would also encourage you to take time to explore this incredible museum. After lunch, we'll convene for two more panel discussions before concluding for the day. Finally, I just want to note, as we do at all of our events, that we welcome all views in this room, as any institution should and must do, and we want to ensure that our guests, as well as our participants, leave today feeling respected. So thanks to all of you for making that possible. So let me get down to business and let's get started. Our first panel today is going to explore the experience of those who've gone through the Undivided Racial Reconciliation Program at Crossroads Church. Both the experience of the program itself, but also the impact on their actions that they've taken afterwards in their communities as a result. This panel will be moderated by Doran Schrantz, the Executive Director of Isaiah, which is a statewide faith-based community organization considered in its home state of Minnesota as one of the most powerful voices on issues of racial and economic justice. Doran will be joined by Carolyn Heck, one of Undivided's Justice Team's founding members and a passionate advocate for taking steps to racial justice. Cameron Smedley, an Undivided Justice Team coach who's played roles in canvassing and educating the community about many group education, justice, and charity initiatives. Lynn Watts, who is a Crossroads Spiritual Growth Site Director and a recognized expert in diversity leadership, equity inclusion, and transformational experiential facilitation. And finally, by Chuck Mingo, Crossroads Church's Oakley community pastor, who a few years ago, as we learned this morning, during a spike of racial tension in America, heard a calling to unite Cincinnati and beyond, and the Undivided experience was born as a result. Since then, this has been reapplied across the nation and internationally, as well as in prison ministries. So as a reminder, there will be time for audience Q&A, so please send in your questions. You can, again, if you have your phones out, you can send those in even before the Q&A starts. If you hear something and it spurs you to want to follow up, please send those in, and don't forget to tweet and share on social media. And with that, I'd like to welcome our first panel.
Hello, everybody. Before we launch in, I just wanted to, we have people still coming in, and so I want to invite everybody, if there's an empty seat in the middle someplace, for everyone to just squish so people can find places to sit. So we'll give that a second. Good job.
I can sit back and my feet touch. Super awesome. Good. Yep, super awesome.
Wow.
So many people.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I am so excited to be here, and I'm excited to just launch into this conversation. But what this next conversation is going to be about is diving into the question of what was the experience of the Undivided program like for those who led it and those who participated in this journey. And Undivided was about a journey. It was about a sense of participation. It called people from the beginning into the challenge of themselves of, do I want to lead something? And even as you led it, you yourself, like the people themselves, were going through the process. And so all of that led to people being called into it. So that's the first thing we're going to explore, what drew people in. And then the second question is, what was that journey like? What was the experience? And then the third question is, how did that journey continue into ongoing action? Both back into inviting new people into this conversation and also bringing the conversation about faith and race and politics, all the things you're not supposed to talk about, out into the actual world. So why don't we just launch in? So Chuck is the co-founder of the Undivided program, but because this program was so much about the people at the center who led it, we're actually going to start with them. So Cameron, I'm going to invite you first. How did you experience your own call into the Undivided program? What drew you?
So what it really was is I've always loved talking about faith, race.
Just a second. We want to make sure that your mic is working.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, great.
Okay.
All right. So for me, I always enjoyed talking about faith, race, and politics, which is the thing that nobody else wants to talk about. And because of that, a lot of people didn't want to hear what I had to say, and also a lot of people just didn't like what I was talking about. But when Chuck came out with that heading in front of everybody, in front of thousands of people saying, hey, I have been called to be a voice of racial reconciliation here in Cincinnati, he was calling me out too. Mm-hmm. I felt like it was a moment where God has always said, this is what you're meant to do, but I didn't know how to do it. And he used Chuck to open up that door for me. And the experience through that has been incredible. Like, there's things that Chuck probably doesn't even know that's been birthed out of it that I've been able to experience. I'm sure Lynn can say the same thing. It's also Carolyn and many others around here. And so that call alone is what pushed me out. He commissioned me with what God was saying to Chuck as well.
Thank you. So the call that you're describing was not only to consume or to, passively consume something, but also to lead.
Right.
And so, Lynn, I want to invite you. Can you describe what it is that you and your team created?
I can, and I'd be super happy to do that. In fact, when I look out in the audience, I know that there are actually a lot of people here that have experienced Undivided, and of course there's some people that haven't. And so for those of you that have not had the opportunity to experience Undivided, it is a journey. And it's an intentional 6-week journey, because one of the things that we recognized early on in 2015 when we were getting together to determine, what is this thing that God said to do that would help people walk into the space of healing around race, and getting into deeper relationships so that we can do actually something with that. And so it's a 6-week experience. Now, 6 weeks doesn't make you my best friend, but it certainly gets us further along than we were if it were a 1-day or a 2-day experience. And so it's a 6-week experience, and each of the weeks, you get to do 4 things. You get to get founded in what the Bible says about who we are, what the Bible says about how we are to treat one another, that we would look at and say, you are the other, you are the foreigner, you are the person that I'm not supposed to like, not because I know actually anything about you, because I don't, but because the world tells me I shouldn't. And so we get grounded in the Bible. Then we get some head knowledge about actually what's going on in the world. So there's information about the history, a history that you might not have learned in school. In fact, you probably did not learn in school. There's information about empathy, because I don't have the same experiences as you, so how am I going to step into the space to understand that without empathy? Because sympathy doesn't do that. And so there's head knowledge, and then there's heart knowledge. And the heart knowledge is the experiential exercises that we do every week. And they are, they're pretty gut-wrenching and they're pretty difficult to step into, but they get at the heart. Because it's not my head that's going to move me to want to be in relationship with you. It's a transformation of my heart. And so there are experiential exercises every week, and then we start them on the path to action, because it's just not enough to be in relationship. So we start them on the path to action, so there's homework every week to allow people to continue to engage with one another, to continue to go deeper in the information, to actually start to get their own learning around what it means to have racial healing, and then to actually do something that's substantive in your community, in your city, and hopefully why we're talking today in the country. So that's a little bit about it.
That's just a good snapshot. So we kind of mentioned from the beginning, there's that, and both of you attested to this, that this particular program is inviting people into what many would consider a difficult conversation, and to connect your experiences, which might be very, very different, to faith and to what's happening in the world. Those are a challenging set of connections to make. And in a place like Crossroads, where people at that place are coming from different perspectives, because it's a multiracial community. So what I wanted to ask you is, as a white person, as a white woman, what was it from the beginning? And I got to meet you actually at the beginning of this program. What was it that you were hungering for or looking for that made you want to step in, particularly as a white person, as a white woman?
Yeah, that's a great question. For me, I was at that point a new mom, and I really felt like I was beginning to see the world from a different perspective as a mother. And in 2012, my husband and I were expecting our first child when Trayvon Martin was murdered. And I remember looking at his picture and seeing his face, and then hearing the headlines about how he was being described, and people were justifying his murder. And they had all these things people were saying, what he was wearing, what he was doing. And I just remember thinking, like, this is a child. This is someone's child. And I feel like one of the first times in my life, things became a little more clear of just how ugly racism was. And so it was the beginning of a disturbance in me as a mother, that I wanted to come against that. And that was well before Undivided started. So I really just sat there for a while in that tension, not really knowing what to do. And then kind of like Cameron, when Chuck from the stage made the call, we're going to do this, I was like chomping at the bit. I was like, yes, I'm supposed to do something, but I don't know what to do. So it was a really exciting moment to hear that something was in the works.
And what was the flashpoint for you, Chuck, that that called you to step in and step up and create a pathway for this kind of transformation?
Yeah.
Why would you do this to yourself?
Just this morning, I was asking myself that thing, but no. Yeah, for me, it began as kind of this calling, this invitation. It came out of something we were doing for 6 weeks called the Brave Journey in our church at Crossroads. That was really, this challenging thing to go after something bold. And, as an African-American man, I was just processing the world in 2015. And so I'm processing places like Ferguson and New York. And I'm processing, some years before that, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, right in our state. And just recognizing that this conversation or this issue of the racial divide, which is, I think, endemic to the nation. It's almost from the founding of the nation, 1619 and things like that. It just continues to be a thing that I think is avoided, or at least not directly addressed. And so for me, I felt called to step into that space, but that calling really got tested, and in some ways it really got clarified. July 19, 2015, which if you are from Cincinnati, you may recall, was the day that not too far from where we are right now, a University of Cincinnati police officer shot and killed an unarmed African-American motorist in a neighborhood. And so all of a sudden, it was no longer academic. Because now Cincinnati was swept up in cities like New York and Ferguson and other cities that were dealing with this tension. And in the midst of that, I remember a couple days later being at a regular staff meeting that we have, and knowing that day the body cam footage was going to be released. And I sat in a room with a bunch of my counterparts and peers from Crossroads, mostly white. And as we prepared to watch this together, I recognized two things. Number one, I was about to watch a man die. And there was just a sobering reality to that was not lost. And I also recognized that whatever this footage showed, it was going to bring Cincinnati into this crucible of pain and anguish and challenge around how do we navigate the real space that exists between how people will interpret these facts across racial lines. And for me, I would say that was the moment when I could no longer avoid the call, when I could no longer ignore the reality that there's still significant work to be done to right the racial inequities in this country, and that, quite frankly, the church needs to be a part of the conversation. And I didn't ignore it. And you know what? Crossroads didn't ignore it. I mean, that's representative from the people on this stage. It's representative from the people who are in the seats who've been a part of Undivided. And I think that that has created momentum for real change to happen. So that was the flashpoint. And oftentimes, like many things in our lives, how many of us have been motivated by crisis and pain to make a change? I mean, that's the human condition. And I would say that's very much a part of this story.
Thank you. So I would imagine when you're creating a space over the course of 6 weeks, not everybody, I don't know, I'm familiar with some faith communities, so maybe Crossroads is different, but not everybody is rehearsed in an authentic conversation about race. Was it, I would assume at Crossroads they were not all rehearsed. And she's like, no. Okay, good. All right.
Yes. One of the things we say in Undivided is we can't make many guarantees, but we will make one. You will be offended by something someone says. Like,
That's what I'm getting
I promise you that.
Yeah. Okay. So, you're inviting people who may have not ever had an experience like this. Like last night, you were naming that I think over 50% of people had said they had never even sat at their dinner table or in their home with someone who was different from them, of a different race. Yeah. So that, in a lot of ways, is the starting point. And it's not just the starting point at Crossroads. It's like, that's America.
Yeah.
But the amount of pain at the center of that separation, and then our discomfort and not knowing how to navigate the space between us to an authentic place. So Cameron, what was the most most uncomfortable, most challenging experience you had going through this?
You know, honestly, it was the fact dealing with people that they had no idea what it's like to be black in America.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally a life where I feel like I live in one America, but then there's this other one that I don't have access to at all points. And then you're in a community of people that you worship with, that you're experiencing that tension with. So honestly, there was a moment before Undivided started where I was coming in with these preconceived ideas of how this is going to work when we actually get in these groups. There was a moment in church where I just had a guy, I don't even know how we got to this conversation, but he just started going in how much he hated President Obama, and it just came out of nowhere, and I was like really confused. And he said things that I wouldn't even say about my worst enemy, whether you like President Obama or not. And then so I'm like, well, how is this going to work when we get into a conversation about race? And literally, I was either going to be like, I'm going to be crying, or I'm going to be laughing. Like, I don't know which one is going to be it. And so as you go into it, for a black man, I feel like a lot of the task for me was to educate people. Like, man, this is my reality. And it was taxing. It was fatiguing. And so there was moments where after we did the 6-week journey, I felt reinvigorated from my group, but then it was just that group. And I thought about everybody else that did not experience that. Like, man, there was more heartbreak that was coming. Like, more storms, I was telling Chuck about, more storms were coming where it got to the point where I wanted to give up on Crossroads. Like, I was like, man, this Undivided group was great, but it's not reaching everybody, and I'm giving up. And it was just multiple things where people might still say things, or they would come to me like, you know what, Undivided sounds cool, but that's for black people, right? I'm like, no, this racial problem wasn't created by black people. So, we gotta do this together. Or honestly, the ways we've been doing it for these last 400 years, we're not gonna do it at all. So this is the way to do it. And so I had to weather through those storms where people just did not believe in it. Like, hey, this is only a one-way street that black people have to solve. Wait, nah, obviously that's not the way. And Black people can't sit around and wait for white people to solve it because, honestly, why would they? They have no motivation to do it. So we have to figure out a way to come together and do it. And those were like the hardships. Those were the storms that were coming. And staying put and being surrounded by people like right here on this panel to keep me motivated, to keep me inspired.
So what did keep you in? Like when you have those, you're describing a completely understandable set of doubts. And then said, not just in your own head, but experiences and encounters with real people in your community. What kept you moving forward?
So the Undivided journey was born out of the Brave journey, which Chuck mentioned. And my first journey group with Crossroads was that first Brave journey. And there's a guy that I did like in that group. But we had complete...
Only one. Only
That's
one.
my guy.
Yeah.
My guy.
Well, I liked others. But me and this guy, we became cool. We would meet pretty regularly. But he had a different perspective on the world than me. And I'll never forget, I went to meet him near his house. He lives in a pretty exclusive area in Cincinnati. And this was right when Colin Kaepernick started kneeling to protest police brutality. And he was like, I can't believe he's doing that. He's just trying to make a name for himself, and he's trying to get more money. And I was like, he's going to lose his job. like he's going to lose money. Like, this is not going to turn out well for him. And so we were having this back and forth conversation, but honestly, some of the ways that I learned to speak and give grace through Undivided allowed me to do that with this guy. And I remember stopping, and it was late at night, and I said, you know what? If something happened to my car out here, I am not going to feel comfortable out here walking the streets looking for help. I would feel comfortable if you're there with me, because this is an area that is off limits to me, kind of like a sundown area where when the sun's down, you got to get out of here, Cameron. And that's still the feelings I get today. And being able to kind of not necessarily move him in the direction that I am, but we were coming to a reconciliation point where he was able to see from my point of view. I didn't see from his point of view, to be honest. but he was able to see and empathize with me, which made him empathize like, oh, maybe Colin Kaepernick is doing something that is worthwhile. And so that's where with things like interactions like that, kind of even outside of the Undivided experience, but I was able to grow from it. Those are things that kind of brought me back in, like, you know, this is going to be hard. It's going to be tough conversations, but I can still do it. And I have this person as an example. And we still connect on a regular basis now. So just opportunities like that.
Thank you, Cameron. So Carolyn, I'll go back to picking on you. So you come from a very different experience than Cameron. What was this experience like for you? And where did you experience the most challenge and tension to yourself and your own perspective?
Yeah, that was absolutely the most challenging aspect of it, was just the personal, the deep dive looking in. I like I said, I came in with a lot of enthusiasm. Like, I knew I was supposed to be there, but I really underestimated just how painful that would be. I think Lynn said gut-wrenching. Was that you that said gut-wrenching? That's the term. It really was, because I think for the first time I was seeing that I was complicit. You know, I wasn't in your group, Cam, but we had conversations in our group where the pain was apparent for the people of color in our group. And I had really been so ignorant of that. And I was realizing that I was part of the problem. Not because I was, you know, part of some, you know, because I was really part of the problem because I was passive. I wasn't making a stand. I wasn't examining my own biases. And so that process for me was filled with grief. Like, I was actually reflecting with one of my girlfriends from that first group of Undivided. And I was reflecting on it. And she goes, don't you remember? You were that girl at our dinner who was crying the whole time. It's like, yes, because this is the last night of Undivided. She's like, you were crying, and look how far you've come. But it was, I grieved my own part in this suffering, and I think that's important, that we as folks from the dominant culture really look in, and that we take the time to lament. Like, I was also grieving, like, I have missed out. I have been surrounding myself by people that look like me my whole life, and I have been missing out, and I'm mad about that. Like, what was I thinking? So it was a lot of grief. It was a lot of grief.
So my understanding of the intended purpose is that the journey doesn't end with the 6 encounters, or it feels like we need a more profound word than like
I like
meetings.
encounters. I like encounters.
Encounters. Yeah, those 6 sessions of encounter. The purpose is to transform people into continuing that, both in their relationships around them and also in the world. Like, it's about going into action.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to change the nature of how people relate to each other. And it's not just about how people relate to each other, about the structures and systems that are continuing to perpetuate the pain in people's lives. So I would like to know, and I think we'd all like to know, how did this call people into action? And Chuck, I'd invite you to say a little bit something about that.
Well, I just want to say amen as a pastor to what you just said.
Okay,
because,
good. All right.
Because a big part of it is recognizing that this isn't just about, let's get our personal relationships connected again.
Right.
The problem is bigger than that. There's systems, there's structures, there's a history that conspires to create the outcomes that we see, the disparities that we see. And so as passionate as I am in saying that, the truth is when we first did Undivided, that first round, at the end of the 6 weeks, we were like, whew, all right, we crossed the finish line, guys. We're going to have a celebration in a couple weeks. Thanks for being a part of this conversation, right? And we realized very quickly 6 weeks is a great start, but it isn't the end. And so by the time we had gotten to that celebration, we had planned and talked as a leadership team and said, we need to mobilize people. And there are things right here in our city that we can mobilize them to. And so out of that came what are still 5 on-ramps for Undivided, where we invite people to get into the work of dealing with prison/mass incarceration being one of those areas. There's some inner city tutoring programs that we do. CityLink Center, which is not that far from here, that's taken a very holistic approach to generational poverty and eliminating generational poverty. Other things like that. But the big thing that came out of that for us was through the work that Troy Jackson and others had done in helping to create Undivided is recognizing we need to mobilize people to action against systems and structures. And that's what birthed the Undivided Justice Team. And you're looking at one of the co-founders of that justice team in Carolyn.
So let's talk about the justice team. So I came here. My first time at Crossroads was, I think it was 3 years ago, when you were helping get the justice team launched, you and Elizabeth Hopkins from Crossroads. And I'm used to the justice team being maybe 10 or 15 people who are like the activists that everyone else is annoyed by in the church. I came here, that's not entirely true. There's a lot of great justice teams out there. But that being said, I came here and you had a kind of a launch of this that was 200 or 300 people.
It was large.
300 people from the beginning. So do you want to say a little bit about founding the justice team and then what the justice team out of Crossroads did in the first kind of phase?
Absolutely. Yeah, that strong call was, I had that disturbance of Undivided and felt really passionate about continuing that work. I felt a responsibility, like I have to do something. So I had been already meeting with Troy about the great work being done with Preschool Promise and Elizabeth Hopkins as well, and we were gathered in a room and just say, oh my goodness, this would be the most amazing on-ramp for people out of Undivided. So our mission has stayed the same over the past couple of years to continue the conversations of Undivided by changing hearts. And it's a continuous process. It is not over with Undivided. And we work with people in our community, so we're building community with other people seeking justice. Great partnerships around Cincinnati. We've gotten to even make partners in Minnesota and go out for training, things like that. And then our goal is to end racial injustice. It's an audacious goal. When we think about that, we really are motivated by looking at systems and structures, because that's where we're going to be able to hit those injustices at the root. So, for example, Preschool Promise, which will be, highlighted a lot later.
Do you want to say like a one sentence just to make sure
Yeah.
everyone knows what Preschool Promise
Absolutely.
is? Okay.
An effort that started a couple years back to increase access to high quality early childhood education for all children in Cincinnati, but particularly the children who need it the most. The research we learned coming out of Undivided was just phenomenal, that when children have access to early childhood education, they're more likely to pass that third grade reading test, graduate from high school, less likely to be in prison. And there are many barriers to children in our city, particularly children of color, to access early childhood education. So this was a no-brainer. And so it was exciting to jump in there and start working on that. And yeah.
And you won Preschool
And
Promise.
we won.
Okay, yeah.
We won. Yes, yes.
So,
I just want to say too, the beautiful thing about it was, if we had to start from the ground up with that effort, it would have been way more challenging.
Absolutely.
The fact that we were able to fold into the Amos Project, which exists in Cincinnati, 40 plus congregations, multi-faith, was already doing work in this space, was an incredible accelerant to the result of Issue 44's success.
So Lynn, before we go to question and answers, so what has been the reaction? This is a big question, but what has been the reaction of folks in Crossroads and beyond overall to these several rounds of Undivided?
So there's a multitude of reactions. As many people as there are in this room, that's how many reactions that we get. And I would say inside of Crossroads, we've had over 5,000 people just at our church go through Undivided. And the reaction has been, that I have experienced when people talk to me, has been, we need to do more, faster, when, now. And so that's been the reaction. In fact, I think before we came out here, Cameron's like, had you imagined this moment? I said, yeah, like a couple years ago I did, but and it's here now, thank God. So that's the reaction that I get mostly inside of Crossroads. And we have, in case you don't know, we have had 15 churches around the country pilot Undivided, 6 right here in Cincinnati. I see some of our partners sitting right here, 3 just up the road in Columbus, in Georgia, Wisconsin, and West Virginia. So a lot of people are very interested in this topic and how do you move toward action when you start to heal the racial divide. And so it's been very interesting outside because it's something that's proven. It's got legs, it works, it's difficult. There have been lots of times when I've been exhilarated, when I've been hopeful, when I've been excited, and when I've been scared and super disappointed. And I do it all over and over again because the work is really just that important. And so it's been great. We've had great partners like Hari, who you'll hear from later, to help us uncover just what it does in people's hearts to get them to move to action. So it's been good.
Okay. So if it's okay with you guys, I want to move into question and answer. So what's happening is people are submitting questions and they pop up on this fancy iPad here. And then I will read the questions and then direct them to who they go to. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one is a follow-up question that I see here. Carolyn, you talked about confronting white guilt. How have you mobilized, like how have you moved out of that guilt place? And how have you taken a burden off communities of color to educate those with dehumanizing mindsets, specifically white people?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad that was brought up. I think for me, how to not stay in that guilt. I received, one of the beautiful things actually about Undivided we haven't talked about is the week of repentance. And the beauty of doing this in a faith community is we do recognize that with repentance, it's a kind of an intimidating word perhaps, but what it really means is just turning away from something. And so I experienced not just this guilt and grief, but I experienced forgiveness, and I was able to receive a blessing. You can move forward in a new way, Carolyn. You do not have to go back to what you experienced. So I think there was that recognition, repentance, but you're turning away. And so in that imagery, you're actually going in a new direction. So that's how I didn't necessarily stay in that guilt. And then it's such a good point that it's really not the responsibility at all of people of color to educate me or people like me about their life experiences, about their pain. It's a gift. Like, I have received so much in the form of a gift from the people up here on the stage, many people here who have shared their experiences, their pain. The ways that I learned more on my own was just really examining where I was getting, media. Like, I started reading books from the library. They're just in the African American section. Like, one of my girlfriends did a challenge this past year where she said, I'm going to do a white media fast. I'm only going to listen to podcasts by people of color. I'm only going to read books by people of color, watch movies featuring people of color, and just kind of do a reboot. So I think just examining where you're getting your messages and doing your homework, but then having authentic relationships. I have a couple of close friends that I can say, will you just talk to me about this? And it's a true friendship. And they walk alongside me. They love me. They know my heart is good. But I'm not coming to them asking for a history lesson. That's not their job.
Thank you.
You
So
know,
building off that, go ahead.
I would say also as a part of Undivided, we do a really good job of telling folks when you're going through Undivided that if you feel guilty